I'm about to go to a Comic-Con next week with my uncles.
That's what's up.
You ever want to go to something like that?
I wanted to. I never went though.
Ah, damn. Sunday? I think that's when we're going. Let me see. Where the hell is it? October 9th. Never mind. That's a Thursday. Da 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 na 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 na. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Should have a Starbucks.
You said we should have a Starbucks?
Soundbox.
Oh, a Soundbox?
Yeah.
We should do that. Yeah, you're right, actually. I should. I think I had something for that. Let me see if I still have it downloaded. The only problem is once I figure it that figure out something like that works, you're not gonna hear the end of it. I'm putting every voice that I can. Sound like Bane if I have to. imagine, imagine trying to teach somebody. I was practicing my Bane voice. Every time I update the insurance thing, for some reason it's getting cheaper by like $5. This is the third time I did it. Now they're only charging me $490. I gotta see what's making it go up, because if I could bring it down lower, if I could just pay $300 for insurance, I would be extremely happy with that. I know I'm gonna have to pay more because this is the first time I'm getting insurance. You know what's crazy, Culinary? I wonder now, right? What if I put, because this is my actual home address. What if I change it to my LLC? It might be even cheaper, right? Because before it was $2,000 for my home address, like $2,500 a month I would have to pay for car insurance. If that dropped down from $2,500 to $500, there might be.
That's what they said to do in the first place.
Yeah, I remember. I remember. You're right.
Because, yeah, wherever your, LLC is,
Now that's for sure. But the simple fact that they went from charging me only, bro, they were trying to charge me $2,500 for the same BMW, and guess what? You know what's the craziest part? It was an M550. Now I have a M5 selected, so I even bumped it up, and it's cheaper. Okay. You know what's the funniest aspect about New York though? And I know you're not going to disagree. In fact, I know you are going to agree. The way the life, like the way of life in New York, it causes a person to usually, not many, I'm not going to say all. You got a lot of degenerates, right? But it usually causes a person to achieve some type of greatness. Like they aim further, they aim higher.
Yeah, it's like I have no choice.
Yeah, in order to live.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
100%.
But I'd rather be anywhere. Fuck that.
Shit.
It's just too fucking expensive. Fuck that.
You said anybody had their Robinhood account under review before? Yes. They've actually completely banned me permanently from their platforms. Yeah. I took a giant loss this one time on Robinhood, and for some reason they didn't like that. So they gave me a bunch of like warnings and shit, and I didn't pay attention to nothing. And then yeah. It's all good though. We got a couple of other apps. Stop trading on Robinhood. Excellent. It's Robinhood, and then you sold them all. All was okay. Move funds to Webull, half of it. Excellent. That's perfect. I mean, did you let it? Because usually they won't let you transfer something unless the money's settled. So I don't think they're gonna give you a problem for that. But you know what's crazy is, again, I've helped some individuals trade on their own personal accounts. Not me trade for them, because that's illegal, right? But you know, I've shouted out some people and showed them what they should do in any, in a certain situation. And you know what's crazy? I actually found out that one of my friends, they, for some reason, every time they got into a trade, like let's say if you use $1,000, right, and you make 200, when he sold it, his account would now have, instead of 1,200, it would be down at 900, and they'll take that money because of taxes or some BS. So I don't know. Robinhood is a very weird platform. So just give it a couple days, like a day or two. Hopefully they still let you trade on it. If not, just wait for Webull, and then just go from there. Robinhood is more of like a long-term type of application that you use. It does look really nice though. I like the UI. I've always liked it. In fact, that's why, like when I make my brokerage app, I want it to be similar to how Robinhood looks, if I'm being honest. With, of course, extra information like Moomoo or Webull. I feel like there's still room to improve that stuff, you know what I mean? Especially if we also make a trading application as well. Alright, so just give me a moment here. I'm going to have to... You talk to the support person. The language barrier is pissing. What language do they speak? Because you speak excellent English. They speak another language? The call landed in Philippines. The hell? I forgot what you called that. Like outsourcing. I hate, I hate how companies do that
I
shit.
have no problem with outsourcing. The thing is, the way she was explaining, right?
Yeah.
Look at this. Let's see, there's this, and after review, she's just reading through the script. It's
Yeah,
not like
that's
reading it out
that's
loud.
what I'm saying.
See what else is there. When you kind of trying to pull a hood, she said, "Oh, this is flag there." I'm like, flag what? I mean, I transferred crypto from my account to my account from my routine. You have no problem. The moment I initiated withdrawing, now there is all kind of fucking confused.
It's red flags everywhere. Sound the alarms.
Exactly, and it says we will get back to you by October 3. I'm like, I don't want to lose the entire fucking week. Oh no, they might need some documents. I'm like, okay, I'm right here. But I think I was in a bad mood and she didn't know how to handle it. Is what it is, and that's why I'm just saying, um, it, you know, I agree. If it landed in India, even those guys don't understand. This culture is different. Somehow things are done, and this and that. Yeah, it's bad. Even Uphold, right? So Uphold is a crypto exchange. I have been trusted there for a long time.
Yeah.
This guy started chasing me that, hey, give us the last 10 years record of your loan, where you have worked, all your name, your title, and dates. I'm like, why do you want to know? They go, well, this is needful compliance. I'm like, you're just a trading exchange. You're not IRS. You're not. You have my social, you have my everything. Why do you want to know where I work? But anyways, they disabled they restricted my account. So I had to provide them. And then
That's not right.
uh, provided them license. I said, we need one more ID. I'm like, license is there, right? She goes, no, no, we need the utility bill.
No, you're most certainly correct about that. That's what I'm saying. Like that. That's the reason why I hate outsourcing. Yes, if you know how to speak the language, yes. If you can break through those barriers, yes. If you're not reading from a script, if you can actually give some type of legitimate answer, then all right, why not? But most of the time, it's not going to go that way. It's just going to be, like you said, scripts. So I don't know. But just try to work it out. Take your time with it. Hopefully, within the next day or two, they can give you some type of confirmation of what's going on. And yeah, you still have these other trading apps. You know what I found out, Vikash, and everybody else who's listening? Tasty Trade allows you to actually deposit instantly, like Webull, like Robinhood, like Moomoo. So I found another app where we can actually instantly deposit now.
And there's another one, eToro. eToro also like allows you instant and
What's it called? Sorry.
eToro.
E
eToro.
eToro? eToro.
Yeah.
Let me check it out right now. Let me see if I can download it. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Everybody in the world is ready to take your money, give you instant.
That's
Just not taking money out.
yeah. I swear. I mean, you might not be able to instantly do it, but yo, you could deposit 20,000 into an app. You try to withdraw 20,000 from an app, it's like you got 6 alarms going off at the same time, and you're just like, what is going on? You can copy trade in here? Wait.
Now, what it happens is when you deposit money, your account is restricted after money they receive. They would never say, oh, no, 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 we cannot take your money. It's overdue.
Wait a second, Vikash. If they let you copy trade options?
Oh, yeah.
What? You heard that, right, Culinary?
That should be the moment.
Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Prime. John, good morning. Is that Louis? What's good, Louis? We got Monsa in the background as well. Good morning. How we doing, Stefan? Cody. Good morning, brother. How we doing, Slug? Wad. How we doing? Good morning. And Vikash. Good morning. Also, of course, Culinary. How's everybody doing? How was your weekend? You guys got some charting done? Got 30 seconds before the market opens up. So since the market's falling down like this, the first thing we're going to do is go to the 5-minute. And we're going to use these boxes as, of course, leverage. Which means I don't have the 1/16 boxes, truly. But we can make one real quick for the new range. That 1/16 box is going to be at 665.40. So the first thing I'm thinking is, of course, puts to fill the gap. But I want to see if you actually run up here in the first couple seconds. So we're going to look for a call real quick. Just because you already tanked a little bit. And then let's let it run up 30, 40 cents. And then we'll buy back into something else. Okay, so I'm getting a 667 call here. Just purchased it. Again, we got a 667 call right here. 6670 day. 6670 day, everybody. 6670 day. Alrighty, let me post this everywhere. And then we're going to go to the next trade. What is this music? Let me change this real quick. I like the other song better. I never listened to this type of music before. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It sounds really good. Not this song, but let me see. Let's put it on real quick. And then the next thing we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're gonna go to the reversal points. Let's go ahead and add our reversals. I think everybody here knows how to do that. Again, you're just copying and pasting from yesterday. So watch this. You know what I need to add? I need to add... How do I do that? Let me actually search this up right now. How do I add key How do I add keystrokes to my... Vikash, do you know how to do this by any chance? It says, use a built-in on-screen keyboard OSK by typing OSK in the start menu or search. Let's see, OSK, on-screen keyboard. No, that's not what I want. Yes, there you go, like this. Just give me 1 second, everybody. Let me see this real quick. Because if you guys can actually see the keystrokes that I have on my screen. Do you guys think it's annoying if I have my mouse and it has like a giant circle like that? Or do you think it will look better? What do you guys think? Oh, really, Cody? Yeah, I'm trying to find like a decent one because this is basically what I'm looking for right here. Let me just show you. Yes. So yeah, you see how it says like control command? Like every time I press a button, I want it to pop up on the screen so you guys could see what I'm doing. I think that would be awesome. Again, the contract that we bought a couple minutes ago, everybody. Let's see the peak that it just went up to. So far we were up about 15%, 20%. All right, so let's Cody, I'll wait for you, and we'll go from there. For now, everybody, let's go ahead and go over here. Let's select the previous group from yesterday. Let's go make sure we're on the not the 15-minute, but the 5-minute. And then while you're holding control, the first thing you're gonna do here is just go on top of. You see how it has like a circle here? Most people, they're gonna go like this. They're gonna hold control and they're gonna grab one of the circles, and it basically only grabs that one item. The way you want to go about doing this is you want to select the whole group and click an area where it's not a circle. Hold control and then drag it. Just give it 1 second. You're going to see it copy itself. There you go, everybody. Now, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to put that little corner, like the peak of these white lines right there, that blue circle, that has to be at the opening price. But before I click my screen, the first thing you're going to do is group it. If you do not do that, it's going to merge with the last group, which is yesterday. And when you try to copy it tomorrow, it's going to waste time, basically. So now we're going to grab the whole entire group since it's in its own like little section. Let's go ahead and put our mouse right on top of 930. Look at the top left of my screen right underneath the 30-second time frame. The opening price is 66436. So that means this right here has to be at 66436. So I do need to move this up a couple cents. 36, like around here. That's perfect. All right, excellent. So in terms of the call that we bought, it was a 667 call. We're trying to test this upside just for a couple minutes here, and then we're going to continue to play the downside to fill the gap. So again, first upside, then downside to fill the gap, and then we'll hop right back into the upside again, depending on how low you go today. If you just straight up crash out the sky, we're just going to let it get beneath number one first, because it's going to fill the gap, of course. And then once you get beneath number one, we'll see if there's going to be a bounce to the other number one at the top, right? If there's no bounce, we're just going to continue to play downside. Alrighty, let me zoom in here. I can actually fix this real quick. Excellent. So you see how it fell down to number one down here, but you haven't hit. Actually, no, you did hit number one for like a quick second, like 2 seconds, and then it just instantly flashed straight to the downside. These contracts are at around 16. We bought them for 19. The goal is to sell it for around $40 to $70. So again, everybody, we bought the calls early. Currently, they're at 16. So if anybody bought them later, that's what I'm talking about. Cheaper price. Your goal is looking for basically 40 to 70. That's it. Now, let me make sure I get this posted on Moomoo as well. I did not post this there. By the way, Slug, thank you for that. I don't know if you noticed, but you created a post on Moomoo. And that post on Moomoo got over 100,000 views when you mentioned my name. Not because of me, but again, It just happened. I'm looking at it right now. Thank you, Slug. I appreciate that, brother. Yo, Slug, you've been... I'm not gonna lie to you, Slug. I really do appreciate you. You know that? You're on every single one of my platforms. Trying to help, trying to promote. It's just... It's unbelievable, you know? I've never had somebody do this much for me. Ever. Ever. So thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The whole team appreciates you. Absolutely. Nah. So you're still holding on number 1 right now, so nothing has changed so far. Nice and easy, everybody. Nice and easy. Let me put up the YouTube stuff on the side. First 667, that's correct. We're still holding the 667s, right, everybody? What we're looking for here is a simple little trend to the downside, like a little morning trend. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too, you know, insane, extreme. Just simple, $20. Let's see what we can do with it. If anything, we'll average down for around $5 to $4, just in case it goes against us. And then we'll try to see if we can have a little bounce back from the bottom. And then if we run up, the first thing we're going to do is buy some puts at probably 665 around reversal point number 2. Like, let's try to do what we did Friday, right? Because remember, Friday I guessed exactly what reversal points would be hit. And we were correct about it to the end of the day. So let's see if we could do that today. Let's look at Friday. Okay, so Friday, the first thing you hit was straight up to number 1.5, number 2, number 3, almost number 4. Then you change directions. So today you hit number 1 and you're potentially changing directions. So let's see something. Let me see Thursday. What if Thursday and Friday were equal reactions and they kind of cancel each other out, right? In which they do. So then I would go to Wednesday. I just remembered that. I did that. Let's go to Wednesday. You got it, Wad. Thank you for that. Make sure, Wad, let me show you something. So go ahead and go on the Discord here. And when you're on the Discord, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to right click the stream like this. So let me just click Brian's name. Why is somebody calling me right now? Give me 1 second. Let me put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Oh, wait. Yeah. I'm about to say, because your names would have popped up if you guys called me. If you're calling me right now, I'm just letting you know, make sure that I have your name. So text me. But you can put down this volume slider right here, Wad. So you basically right click the video right here, and it'll pop up with its own volume, like what's called a volume slider. I don't know why that was so hard to say for a second. Okay, so on Wednesday, you hit number 3, had a reaction to 1.5. And then after that, you went straight down to number 5. So I think today could have that type of potential where you're doing something extreme like that. So let's see if you're just going to hold here at 1 and then flip up to this other one. Because then these contracts are probably going to be at around 25, 26 again. Which means we'll be up 20 to 30%. If you hit 665, our contracts are going to be up about 60 to 80%. 666 contracts are going to be up about 100% to 200%. And then by 667, if we, let's just say, just catapult up into a new high, these calls are going to be up around, drum roll please, 400% to 500%. Even though we bought it early. Even though we bought it at an inexpensive price. Sorry, I had to see what that call was just about right there for a second. I was so confused. So far, those calls dropped down to $11 each. Not bad. Do we sell the euro? Let's go check the euro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I did full port. I did say I wasn't going to. But that's alright. At one point we were down 6,000. So that means every single dollar that I made ever since I reset the account was lost at one point. And currently right now we're up 1,000. So I'm gonna keep holding it. I'm gonna hold it for a little bit longer. I'm gonna put my stop loss. My take profit, I mean. I'm gonna put my take profit to a new high on the euro. So if euro runs into a new high, the $16,000 account is gonna be at 29,000 if the euro breaches into a new high. So I'll just leave it like that for now, and we'll come back to it later on today. I'm kind of getting bored of the smaller trades, so let's try to see if we can do something bigger, right? On the smaller accounts, the 50-cent account, this one is now at $4. So we turned 50 cents into $4. It was a bunch of trades, so it wasn't just one day or something like that. On the account that we started with just 3 cents, currently right now, oh, I'm so happy. That's amazing. Currently right now, we're at 20 cents. So we went from 3 cents to 20 cents. The second we get to 50 and $1, it's over. We're going to start scaling the account like crazy. That's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to turn 3 cents into $1 million. Get ready for it. That's the only thing that really sounds intrinsically exciting. And I think we should do it. So in case you guys want to join this challenge with me, make sure you download Owanda, which is a Forex trading app, right? And then only put in 3 cents into your account. Culinary, are you trading Owanda or no? Got it. Is there anybody else that's trading with Owanda? Just give me a thumbs up in the chat. There we go, Louis. Elijah, brother, good morning. By the way, Elijah, you can give me a call whenever. Whenever you need a call, just let me know. Just hit me up. Anytime, bro. You said anybody's spy chart missing a chunk? Like what do you mean? Like a gap? Or like, let me see. Let me check my futures charts. I don't know why, but I feel like they're messing with the, what you might call it. Where is it? There it is. Top step, dashboard. Now, yeah, my charts are chilling. They're good. What brokerage is that? Or platform? That's on TradingView? Do you have... Okay, so... Huh. Wait, let me see something. Let me go to ES. Let me see. Let me go to ES here. And then let me go to... Now, yeah, my ES is not doing anything weird. Does it look similar to mine here? Let me also go to MES just in case. MES, yeah, same thing. Or does it look like this? It looks like this, right? So that's sessions trading hours. So you want to change this to electronic trading hours, not regular. Usually that's called extended, not electronic, but I guess maybe because it's futures, it says electronic. By the way, Elijah, your mic is on. How you chilling, bro? Come on, brother. Never gotta apologize.
I just changed it.
You chilling, bro.
Regular to accepted. I didn't even realize actually.
You want to hear something funny? When I first started teaching, I didn't know about that. So I had people make charts like the first month, and we put a lot of time into it. I'm talking about we had like 2 days, 3 days out of the week where it was like 12 hours of charting the first month, and we all realized everybody was doing it on different time frames. Extended, some people were doing it on extended, some people were doing it on a regular. And bro, it made me so upset because I had to delete everything because I didn't know what I did. All the boxes, lines, everything was just all over the place.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times.
Yeah, it's annoying, but there we go. And then I bought the premium subscription for live data so you guys can see the futures in real time, because the futures is always going to be 15 minutes ahead of the SPY.
Yeah, exactly. I bought that as well. I had to trade futures.
Excellent. How's the NASDAQ going, by the way?
It's basically equivalent to SPY, just a lot higher right now.
So is it similar in a way where it's kind of like the SPY's trend does a certain thing and then the NASDAQ does something a little bit more extreme, but kind of like a similar...
Exactly.
Okay. It's funny because nobody ever mentions the NASDAQ, you know? I barely see any traders look at it, talk about it.
I'm not sure why.
No, yeah, exactly. Right?
But ES looked a little bit like SPY.
Oh, yeah, very similar, yeah. Okay. So we'll just take a step back here. We'll wait. Does everybody have their monthly diagonal boxes done, by the way? I'll show you how to make them. So for September, I started the monthly box, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of September. So on September 2nd, what I did was I created a box down here, create the line, drag it up, and you want to hit structure points. So you want to hit bottom point. So I have that bottom, and then that top right there. Which means everything after these points right here should pertain to these diagonal lines. And if you look at it, you hit the top, you hit the bottom, you hit the quarter point, midpoint, quarter point, almost to this point, almost to the bottom, out the bottom, way out the bottom range. So yes, if this market does get above 6,780, I could see this market pushing up to a crazy new high. Or it might just smack it and then just drop again. I could see that as well. It just looks bullish right now. We do have to fill this gap, so we'll see how the bullishness takes over. And then when we fill the gap, boom, we'll happen to another cheap play. Right now, we're just working with profit that we made on Friday. The goal today is to be, to basically, let me show you. Let me just show you. So again, we have $71 in this account. We want to get 400% today within 1 day, which means at the end of today, we should have around 340 to 280, somewhere around here. Now, what is the goal for the next couple weeks here? Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? What's coming up in 3 months? Christmas. Most of you celebrate it. So because most of you celebrate it, I thought about something fun. I thought about something really fun. I always wanted to help children. I always wanted to help homeless. So why don't we create a challenge where within the next 90 days or 80 days, as long as we could get 20% per day, watch how crazy this is. Are you ready for this? So again, just 20% per day. Remember, my contract already went up 20% within the first couple of seconds of me buying it. So let's just say we always sell at 20% every time. Guess how much money I'm going to make here, everybody? Put it into the chat. I want to show you guys how most humans can't actually understand the idea of compounding. And it's not a bad thing. It's not. But you must understand that you're not going to really kind of know exactly what number you're going to hit, to be truthfully honest with you. It's more so something that you're going to be like, all right, if I could double my account per day, that means times 2, times 5. You know what I mean? That's what you would do. But that's not how it works. You're not doubling. It's more than a double. It's compounding. So as long as you understand that, it's compounding on the next level, not something that you could just say is going to double per day. The first thing you're going to realize is that right there. So by December, 64 business days. So it's not even the full 90 days. This is including no weekends, no Saturdays, no Fridays, or not really Fridays, but Sundays, right? So just Monday to Friday. 64 days from here to December 30th. And we'll have around $4.8 million with $255,000 taken out because I don't have the full investment rate. Let's say if we want to be lunatics here and we want to take this to the next level, let's put 100%. Watch how quickly this number changes. Ready? So from 4 million, now we're making 8 million, as long as we don't take out a dollar. But of course, I think that we're just going to keep it like this. Let's keep it realistic. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to try to see if we can help some people out. We're going to have a good Christmas. I want everybody to have as much presents and whatever you want to call it for their families as can be. I want us to be able to go to a couple places as a group. We're going to help some people. We're going to chill with some people. We're going to create a nice little community here for ourselves. And from there, it'll kind of be a little stepping stone. Because right now, if the legacy feels weak, I want this legacy of who we are and what this is to be as strong as possible. I want it to be as insightful, as crazy, as motivating as possible. And the only way I can see that is by really trying as hard as we can here. So again, this is the goal. You're telling me you can't get 20% per day? Come on now. I know every single one of you can get this. First trade doesn't count because the first trade is always for fun. When we get into the trades around 11 and 12, that's the more bountiful, serious trades. So that's the one that you have to focus on. So until then, let's just have some fun here. Let's make a mistake, because mistakes are the only way a person's going to actually truly learn. If we're profiting every single direction, it's not going to be a real, insightful type of situation. It's just going to be garbage, to say the least. You're not going to remember nothing. Oh, why? Are you trading 0 days, or are you going to be trading 5 days? Yeah, for the first trade. Cheap trade. But if I have 20,000, Louis, am I going to put that into a 0 day? Yeah, so you got to reframe that thought process right there. Sorry, Culinary, say that again.
I said only on an A++ setup.
There we go. Is the opening price a A+ setup, ladies and gentlemen? Point blank, yes or no?
King's Point.
Unless it's at King's Point, exactly, then no. No. The opening trade is never a good setup. It's the worst trade you can get into. But we do it because it's the one way where we can learn quicker. Win or loss. Straight up. Don't overthink it. Hop in. First thought that came to mind was upside. Boom, we hopped in. We were up 20%. Now the contracts are down. How much percent? 20%. They were up 20%, down 20% right now. If we reach a new high, they're going to be up 40, 50%. And then we'll take a nice little W from that. We'll see what we could have done better. Because this trade already right here has some improvements we can make. We bought it for 19, but it dropped to 15. So tomorrow we could be like, you know what? Whatever contract's at 19, let's wait for it to drop to 13. And then we'll buy into it. We'll be up, 40, 50, 60% by the time you go to your opening price. And when you make a new high, we're going to be up 100, 200, 300%, while everybody else is only up 20%. So it's like sometimes you got to just make a mistake on purpose, if that makes sense. And you doing so actually causes you to trade at a higher level the next day. Because I used to loot. Like some days I would be down like 3,000, 4,000. I'll be like, you know what? There has to be a way to make the money back. And I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking. And before I even realize it, I figured out what's the next play. And that next play, if it's not aligned with my idea, I'll sell whatever I'm down on. If I think it's going to work out, hold it. Hold it and wait. Be patient. That's the reason why we're putting a low amount of capital, so we don't have to be worried about selling it. If you always trade like this, it's always never going to be the most extreme. But as long as you trade like this as your baseline, you're always going to have good amounts of profit, Ladies and gentlemen, I don't say this enough, and I do think I should say it now because I haven't said it for a while now, a couple days. But I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you all for showing up every single day. Even if, cough, cough, you don't do exactly what I tell you to do, that's perfectly fine with me. That's not the point here. Sometimes I don't do what I'm supposed to do. So I can't blame nobody. The only thing I could do is be patient, be there for you guys, help you guys whenever you need it, and be brutally honest when I can. And to be brutally honest, I really do appreciate every single one of you. I really, really do. Alrighty. So again, the next goal here is going to be to chart some of these other oversold plays. Like, for example, Intel was an oversold play, and you started running up into the sky. So I think we want to take a look at this, because if we can get some plays off of that, we should be able to... Let me see this real quick. Let's hide everything, right? Sometimes this is what you have to do right here. Hide everything. Make sure there's nothing on your chart. And look at it like this. Just raw flow. And if I'm looking at the raw flow, look at this trend right here. From like down here to 17 all the way over here. It looks like there's like a line that exists right there, right? So watch this. That's the yellow line I have. So yes, I do think that this could collapse and fall straight down to here, which is 27. Same idea as last week. So let's go look at some Intel plays. Let's see if we can get a nice little put play here. INTC. I don't care if the government's pumping it. I don't care if Nvidia's investing into it. None of that matters. What matters is the technicals. And the technicals state that you should be able to come down to 27 at least. I think you're going to go down to 22. If you want me to be honest with you. I think we're going to fall down to 22, if not 25. But in terms of downside right now, we're just playing for 27. If you go 4 days out, the $27 option is $2. So we're not going to buy that one. 11 days out, the $27 option is $8. We could buy those. Turn $8 into like $100, right? My goal is to get 1,000%. Question regarding the monthly ranges, and it's in I'll be honest with you, brother. I have no idea. I've never seen that word before. But I'm assuming you said instruction. And its instructions, each quarter, eighth, halfway point has his entries. What are the entries for the top and bottom of a range? Do we give it the same instructions as a halfway point? Or are there exclusive rules for that specific case? Prime, that was one of the best questions I've ever gotten. Let's go ahead and go to the charts here, and let's give you an answer. So you stated, regarding monthly ranges, so this is the monthly range right here, right? The top and bottom point, which is, let's give it their own circles, 480. We'll turn this to golden. And then let's go ahead and put the circle at the top here. So boom. So regarding those two circles right there, what's the difference between these entries right here and right here as compared to, let's just say, the midpoint? And the reality is that these are the origin points. The top is going to be your resistance. So this area right here is going to be resistance. This area down here is going to be support. This area right here is going to be like you just took a, what do you call that damn gun? Is it a revolver? Or you spin the shit? Basically, it's like a revolver around the 1/2 point. There's a bullet inside of it. You spin it and you shoot. You're either playing for the market to run right back up to the 1/4 point, or playing for the market to fall right back down to the 1/4 point at the midpoint. So this one's a little weaker than the top point and bottom point. That's why right now we decide to play calls near the top point, because you hit it pre-market, which was kind of funny, as you all could see. See how you just wicked into it? And then right now you just opened up that point that's kind of like a little bit below it. So I want to see, can this market hit it, go a little bit above it? And then once it does, we'll continue to play the puts going down lower. So for now, we're just going to open up with a cheap trade to the upside. If the market falls, so be it. That's perfect. If it gets below the high of yesterday, which is Friday, completely yes. We're going to continue to play the downside. Yes, 100%. So if you get below here, going into tomorrow and the next couple days, yes, we will play the downside. But for now, because you opened up here, even with the gap in front of us, because again, you had such a drastic run up, and then when you opened up, you're all the way down here now. I want to see if it has the potential to still hit this high. So it's like the way I look at the market truly is in a way where I'm trying to use the psychology that people would have in that moment. So it's like, how do I say this? It's like I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of others. And if you put yourself in the shoes of others, the first thing you start to understand and notice is there's only one thing you could do at that moment. There's always only one thing. It's not calls, it's not puts, it's not straddles, it's not butterfly, it's not... I don't care about none of that. Right now, right here, there's only one thing you should do. Let's see if we're correct about it. Keep it at that. If we're wrong, right? We'll see exactly what we could have done better. We clearly could have bought those contracts. Instead of buying them at 19, we could have bought them at 11. But who knows? What if the market still runs up to, 666, 667? Those contracts are going to go right back up. But right now, it doesn't look too good. Doesn't look too amazing. But that's perfect. That's exactly the situation we want to have for ourselves. You got to challenge yourself. I'm telling you, if every single day you're just making money, I promise you, you're going to get hit by a meteor and you're going to lose everything. One shot. You got to challenge yourself, because in the challenging of oneself, you actually create proper morals, ethics, and rules so that one does not break them. If you have no rules for yourself, like for example, ladies and gentlemen, every single one of you should have a single day of the week where you do not trade. You do not look at the market. You do not do nothing. You do something else. Do not trade. Don't look at the market. Don't chart. That day is your off day completely. If you do not have something like that, please think of a day where you don't want to trade and do not trade. If you tell me you're not going to trade that day and you trade, I'm going to kick you out the Discord. Not to be mean, but because there's rules for a reason. I would always do that. Trust me, I would always do that. I would always be the hard-headed, little shit that would be like, all right, I said I'm not going to trade on Friday. Screw it. I see an opportunity. Let me still trade. No. None of you are doing that no more. So again, pick a day where you're not trading. I'm going to write it down and I'm going to document it. And then we'll go from there. I think that's because, again, I had to approach you guys in this manner and in this demeanor, right? In order for you to actually grow. Because sometimes we hold ourselves back, we self sabotage. Everybody does it. So as long as I could be there for you guys, and you guys never feel emotional or feel pressed by what I'm saying, we have a nice and easy just way of just growing, you know? Remember, never feel pressed, because the second you talk to me, you think I feel pressed, and the answer is no. I feel very happy when you guys tell me I'm doing something wrong. Or, for example, the other day when I told everybody not to trade, after I told Cody. I told Cody, why did he say he wasn't going to trade no more, and then he traded? And then the next day I did the same thing, right? No. Because it was a paper trade. So there was a difference. But it's like, I like when you guys bring that up. I like when you guys say, hey, why are you saying something and then you're doing the exact opposite of what you're saying? That shows me you're paying attention. So please do more of that. Don't feel afraid. Don't feel threatened. Don't feel like this is such a crazy hurdle where you can't do that. In order for us to actually grow to a crazy level, we need to be able to, actively help each other. State our weaknesses. Because if you don't, someone's going to abuse it. Thank you, Cody. I appreciate you, brother. I'm going to try to see if I can watch this right now. Let me mute this. What movie is this? I forgot what. I always wanted to watch that. Is that like a kid's movie? With a damn fox and bunny? It is, right? Zootopia, really? I never watched it. You watched it with your daughter or no? I might have to save it then. Chris Reader. You said hello. Long time no see. Hello, Chris. How we doing over there, brother? Where do you come from? Do you come from Mumu? Do you come from Twitter? Do you come from YouTube? Let me know where you come from. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, let me mute the YouTube real quick. This is something I'm just going to state just towards the Discord. So everybody just give me like 1 minute. I'm going to pop right back on. Yeah, look at that. Look how perfect that was. Wow. And then right now it's kind of like messing with the 132 point. If we make another box. So 116, 132. And you even hit the 164th point if you chop up this box again. That's the craziest part. Every single time the market stops, you're always hitting one of these points. Every direction. Every idea. That's why when I tell you guys you could predict the market ahead of time, you can. Are you guys ready to see the magical buying points now? Because I never showed you guys yet. Besides Saturday. This was my idea from Saturday. Above 664, 0-day calls, 666, and then 668. And oh my god, look at how perfect that is, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Is this at the area where you're supposed to buy puts right here? The answer is no. So what we did was we bought calls right at the same area. And we're saying that this market is going to run up to this area right here, which is slightly higher than where you're currently at, right before the peak. And then potentially, if you continue to apply that pressure, you're just going to get somewhere up here, which is like 668, 669. And that's all we're looking for. Simple, sweet. But it's crazy. The ideas that we had on Saturday are working out right now. These contracts did go from $11 to $20. You did go up almost 100%. With the same contract I bought in the morning, again, if you waited 5 seconds, 10 seconds, you would have went up 100%. So for tomorrow, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to wait, see if we can get these contracts just a slight bit cheaper, and then see if we can go up 100% within the next, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We just got to make sure we buy at a good low. And if you put the reversal points on the screen, the first thing you're going to recognize and realize is that... There we go, Louis. So, was my buy the best buy possible, Louis? If I bought at the open, which was above reversal point number 1? Let me hear it. Yeah, so rate my buy. Was my buy that I bought into that contract, was it a good buy? Correct. But is that a good buy because you're not at reversal point number 1? You're not at a structure point. There we go. So what are we going to do tomorrow? Excellent. That's all. Excellent. There we go. Yeah, it's just stuck right here at the top. So we could fill the gap, but you might just consolidate here for a little bit longer. The next thing you would do is go on the 5-minute and go to the 200-day moving average. So we're on the 5-minute right now. The 200-day moving average is all the way down here at 662.65. So on days like this where you could potentially have a ghost touch, the first thing you start to recognize is that at the open you crash, at 10:30 to 10 o'clock you crash, and at 11 o'clock, like 11:30, we'll hold potentially, so like around 1.5 if not number 2. Right above it, before you hit it, we're going to hold, and then we're going to continue to head up higher. All day, without ever touching the 200 moving average at all. That's what a ghost touch basically means, This music is amazing. Alright, so we talked about that. We talked about this. He's stuck in the CS zone. There we go, Cody. Now, because Cody just mentioned it, you guys are lucky. I was waiting for somebody to mention it. The quicker you are to mention the trading style, the quicker I am to add it to the screen. You got that? So let's go ahead and add this trading style. Because it shows me you guys are looking for what's important, you know? There we go. These are the supply and demand zones right here. You almost hit the purple one actually, which is kind of funny because I had a conversation with one of our older members, BG. He's still in the Discord. You know what's crazy is I got very emotional in that conversation. To be very open with you guys. I'm not gonna say why, but it's like in life you only have a few opportunities to make relationships and to make friendships that are, you know what I mean, like it's smashing out the park. It fills you with just nothing but extreme excitement. It makes you want to talk to this person, makes you want to chop it up with them, makes you want to chill with them someday, right? And it was unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. And the first thing that we went about looking at was the reversal points in terms of supply and demand zones, which is the golden and the purple areas, right? The orange ones are like the mini reversals. Not too important, but yet they contain structure. And we looked at the purple and I told him, this market should be able to run up to the purple. We should be able to run up to this area right here. And the second, if it opens up right beneath it, we're just going to buy some puts. Which you did that pre-market. So depending on if you're trading futures, you could have had an opportunity to trade this. Now, if this wick is not on the futures platforms, you would not be buying anything right here. If you're going to buy puts, you have to buy the puts above the purple. I'm not supposed to say that to you guys because you guys are supposed to find that out for yourself, but I will give you a heads up now. When you buy a put, it needs to be above the purple, not just beneath it. If it's above it, you can get a 5-day. If it's below it, you have to get a 0-day. Same thing for the golden area. Whenever you're buying calls, it's either right here, you're getting a 0-day right on top, or below it, you're getting a 5-day call. Because these tend to be the best. So it's so funny how you literally are doing exactly what I referred to last night when I was having that conversation with him. It's pretty interesting. Because we literally talked about the market gapping up. You said it's stuck between the wedge and it's bouncing between your supply and demand zones. Exactly. By the way, everybody, I don't know if you have this on your charts, but you can go ahead and change this color. I decided to make this one down here golden. Who could be the first person to tell me why I made it golden? Just looking at this price action right here. So just this, nothing else.
Every time we touched it, it went up.
So right here, you held on it, went up. Right here, you held it, you went up to the top of it. You did fall from it, right? But there's a purple one right beneath it. Right here, ran up above it. Right here, you hit it, ran up. Right here, you hit it pre-market, ran up. Right here, you hit it during the day, ran up. Right here, you hit it a couple days after, you ran up. You hit it here, you ran up. So yes, if this market does fall to that yellow box, we will be buying calls 5 days out, 100%. You need a stronger close below 663.72. That's a nice entry right there. Before we ride up and high. Yeah, that's excellent. 661, yep. That's what we're looking for right now. We're trying to see if this is just going to run to 666, 667. I think the market wants to run to 670. That's what I truly think. The reason why I think this is because... Why do I have... Sorry about that. So if we actually go over here... Let's go to this chart. It should be a little bit easier to see. Yeah, oftentimes you don't just do this right here. If it falls, I could definitely see it falling though. I could see this market falling straight down to 655 if it wants to compress. If not 658. So if we do not go up to a new high today, tomorrow we will be playing the downside. If we go up to a new high today, the first thing we're going to do tomorrow is see if it gets below the 22nd high, the 23rd high. If it does, we're simply just going to play puts going down lower. If it's above it, we're just going to play the calls going up higher. If the market just falls right now and fills this whole entire area, so be it. We need to have big moves. It's not the time for small moves no more. So again, don't feel threatened. Don't feel anxious. Everything happens for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. And let me just tell you, we're going to smash this market. So I do think December, in terms of like a large drop, I think around December, if not November, is going to happen. But we got to be very cautious of October. Because in 2022, when you fell out the sky, what month did you bottom out at before you started heading up higher? October. In fact, let me just show you real quick. Let me not just say it. This is better. So again, everybody, before the market started heading up higher over here, August 17th, you were at a high of 430. By October 10th, you were at 350. So that's a large change. That's $80 straight down. September, you ended up bouncing up 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks, and then the last 2 weeks crashing out the sky in September. So this time in September, you opened up right here. Or was it right here? That's your low. And then you ran up 3 weeks in a row. And then the last week, you're having some opposing, opposing pressure, you could say. I was going to say some opposition. But now you have some opposing pressure. So since that's the case, the one thing I want to see is, all right, if you now got some opposing pressure after specifically the third week, which is the 23rd, 21st, right? Till the 28th of this month, will we continue to get downside? That's the most important question right now. Because if it just runs up higher, that means it did that because it really wants to hit the 670s. What do you think about that, Connery? I apologize if you're busy.
Yeah, that was my bad.
No, you're good, bro.
Say the last part again.
Okay, so what I was saying was basically, in terms of just general flow, the market looks like it really wants to head up to the 670s.
Right.
So because it looks like it really wants to head up to that level, what's going to happen after you hit that level? I think we might have some major downside.
Yeah, I was thinking, I said that this morning. I'm thinking, I don't even think we're going to hit 670. I think 669. It might have a hard reject.
I can see that. That's a really nice point. I like how you said specifically 669 instead of 670. So let's see. Let's see if we can hit that today. I could definitely see that occurring at like around like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And then tomorrow we could just play the calls going up higher above it. That's lovely to hear, Cody. Sorry, say that again?
A 5-7 day call.
Yeah. At what point?
Yeah. Huh?
Where would you get a 5 to 7 day call?
After the drop.
After the drop?
Yeah. So because as I was looking at it,
Is that a fucking grasshopper? My fault. Let me mute myself. I'll let you explain. I'm going to war. Give me 1 second. Don't kill it? Alright, fine.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then you pretty much are relating that just off of the 659s, right?
I'm relating that off of Tuesday's drop. That ended up in a 3-day drop for $12.
I
But
see
now
it
I'm
now.
thinking also because if we don't fill this gap, then from 669 we could head all the way back down to 662.
$7 drop.
Yep.
That could be insane, yeah. Okay.
So I
Look,
mean that's what I'm looking for. Because as soon as we hit 669, yeah, I'm doing a 14-day put.
okay.
Without hesitation.
Without hesitation. All right. Seem confident about it. I like it. Let's do it. I'll hop in it with you. We'll buy one contract. And then we're going to wait for the 670s so we could buy those monthly and yearly contracts. So we're going to put $400 down, $500 down.
Yeah, because right now it's in my danger zone, which is 663.99 to 664.66.
Okay.
And that's off of what is that off of? What day was that? I forgot what day it was. That was Wednesday the 24th. And that was a drop too.
So you think this week is gonna basically simulate last week's results?
No, I think we're gonna go higher. Like I said, I think we're gonna hit 669 because the one thing that the two things that are making me think that is it dropped to the bottom of my danger zone, touched it, and then ran back up. It didn't break it. That's number one. Number two, it did a little bit less than a quarter of the gap, and it's staying bullish. All of these wicks are very bullish wicks. So that's three things that I'm looking at that makes me think that, yeah, we're going to keep running up. It's just a matter of when. Like the Bears are really working trying to get this down, but the Bulls are like, nah, fuck that. Not right now.
Okay.
Man, look at that 15-minute, man. That 15 minutes is all green candles. This is crazy. They got a lot of weight to them, but they
You see?
all green.
Except for the last one.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is a green candle, but
that does look crazy, yeah.
It had
If
like
you
a
also
little bit of a down.
if you also
down
take a look at the 4 hour and 1 hour, you can see that even though we're pretty bullish, we can still see a lot of indecision in the market. We're getting a lot of doji candles in the 1 hour and 4 hour.
Let me see this real quick.
That's true.
It's kind of funny, Elijah, now that you mentioned that, because it kind of, even though we weren't looking at the dojis specifically, it's like you almost could feel it was in that type of area where it's very indecisive. Yes.
Yep.
So that sounds really good, honestly. So yeah, we're looking at it now.
I'm a bear at heart, man, so I'm trying not to be biased. I can't believe it's this high.
Oh my god, look at this one candle right here. Look at that green candle right there.
Yep, that's a doji candle right there. Super indecisive. And that's what we're currently doing right now, which is why we're consolidating.
That's
It's
like a
also
super
Monday
doji.
Yeah.
We are choosing above it, so we are choosing, it looks like a little bit more upside in terms of where we're currently at. But yes, in terms of where you wicked down today, 663.70, that is more bearish than it is bullish, point blank. But it looks like it's kind of hugging, it looks bearish, but it's hugging the bullish side, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're holding directly on top of previous week high.
So we just gotta take some time here. Give me 1 second, let me get a water bottle real quick. I'll put you guys on this screen.
also a possible bear flag.
This is slow. This is slow. But it do kind of look like, well, I don't like making judgments off what he got it on 5 minutes.
What happened?
Yeah. I feel like, off top, my heart is feel like it's going to go down. That's just because of the larger trend. It's time for a bigger pullback. But I can't call it, man. I trust your word more than I trust mine coming in.
Well, like I said, I'm just looking at the technicals, and I'm like, it's because I have the Friday range, I got the weekly range, and I got the monthly range, all on one chart. And right now, it's just not looking it's not looking bearish. But the flow, we need this breakout. If we don't get this breakout pretty soon, then yeah, we're gonna flush. And the 200 is deep. So if we hit this 200, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I mean, it's gonna be a reset point. If we hit the 200 today, yeah, I'm getting like 5-day calls to run up to 670, 669.
Oh, see, it's right there, it's in the screen, creeping up from the bottom.
Two hundred is at 660. Oh, I'm on a 15-minute. My bad. Wait a minute.
Yeah, on the 5 minutes at 663.20. It's a little like 663.20, 6, 7. Right now.
You say yours is at 663?
Yeah, on the EMA.
Oh, I
It's
got
right where he is at.
267.
Yeah, hold on. 6. Yeah, mine is 663.51. 663.05.
Hmm.
Right here, I chose it. I might have this. It might be messed up. Where is he is at? Yeah, look like he is at 662 too. So yeah, I probably do got some.
You have the EMA or the MA?
I got the EMA on this one. I'm on the move.
Yeah, you gotta get the moving average, not the estimated moving average.
Let me see what my trade.
I don't really know what the difference is, but I know it's like it's a big difference as far as like dollar. It's dancing right on top of all the indicators too. It's crazy. Yeah, we need to run up soon. And it's above the ORB. Yeah, everything seems bullish. Here we go. Come on, chance up there.
Who just said I'm getting water from another country? And that's not true.
That's crazy.
What are you trying to say? I'm taking so long to get water? Nah, I love you all. Wait, give me 1 second. I gotta give the bunny some of my water now. I disappear again? Alrighty, so let's get things in order here. What's the most important thing that we can do as a group or individually, like right here, right now? What I think is you all just need to have these points right here. So now, because today is already opened, I want you guys to be able to actually copy and paste it. So every single person here, before you do whatever you think you're going to do next, don't even do it yet. First thing you should do right now, before you buy, before you do anything, is copy everything that's on my screen right now. Everybody. When you're all done, just give me a thumbs up, and we'll move on to the next thing that we're going to basically just chop up here. This is how you predict the market going forward. You just come up with an idea. Who cares if we're wrong? Who cares if it's not truly what ends up being the best trade? We'll just fix it. We'll make it better for the next time. We did this on Saturday, by the way, everybody. That was when we made this little thing here. Let me actually fix this. Let me make this smaller. There we go. Now it looks a little bit better. All right, Slug, you're good. You got a screenshot. Is everybody good? Again, give me thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. We got to be real active here. Let's not sit on the sidelines. Let's not be impatient in terms of the progression that we could have here. Let's make sure everything is real smooth and streamlined. That's it. That's all we're doing now. Someone thumbs up, thumbs up. There we go. Thumbs up, Mansa. Excellent. Culinary, I know you're good.
Yep.
Even the people on YouTube, give me a thumbs up. Everybody, come on. There's no slackers here. If you're a slacker, just leave. If you're not trying to slack, you're trying to make this happen, trying to change your life, you're exactly who I need. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Mansa. Thank you, Culinary. Thank you, Louie. Thank you, Slug. Who's next? Waiting for Vikash. Waiting for Elijah. Waiting for Prime. Elijah, you trade futures, so you don't have to give me a thumbs up. You give me a thumbs up anyways. All right, that works. You said, what are we thumbs upping about? So, Brian, do you have all these buying points that are currently on my screen right now? Oh, typo?
Yes.
That's okay.
My phone's overheating and like it's in my pocket. I'm outside painting.
Oh, God. Goddamn.
A bunch of buttons. My bad. All right, bye.
You're chilling, brother. You are chilling. Excellent, everybody. All right, who else we're looking for? I think that's it. Prime? I saw that screenshot in your notes. Stefan? Good morning. How we doing? Perfect time to join, by the way, Stefan. Again, we're waiting on Stefan, Vikash, and that's pretty much all. So, Stefan, what I want you to do is I want you to take a picture of the screen. If you have a picture, that's all right. That's fine. That's a start. You got to actually put it on your screen, though. So spend the next 15-20 minutes here making sure you have all these buying points in terms of ideas on the screen. And then we'll go into the next step. I got to have every single person here with a thumbs up. Thank you, YouTube. We got everybody on the YouTube thumbs up in it. So take your time, Stefan. If you don't want to take a picture and you rather just do it right now, you literally just got home from work. Excellent. Excellent, brother. So we have plenty of time is what you're telling me. I know you probably might be tired. I know. But come on, we got to rise above all. Let's do it. Excellent, Stefan. Vikash, you're the only person I'm waiting for now. And Mansa. So Mansa Musa, whenever you get a chance. Of course, Stefan. It's my pleasure, brother. Come on now. I'm telling ya, there's no man or woman left behind. That's not how this is going to work here. Excellent, Mansa. Now we're just waiting for Vikash. I'll give him a minute. If he does not say a word, I'm just going to take a screenshot and send it to him. He might be busy with work right now. Nah, the way those ICE agents are rolling on the street, that's crazy. I'm gonna send you guys a video on the chat. Look at this real quick. By the way, in terms of anybody who's on the Discord, I have no problem if you want to follow me on Instagram or any of my social media. I'm just letting you know that. I'm pretty sure it's gonna post my account here. So if you guys want to follow me, just let me know who you are, and I'll follow you back. Let's go ahead and post it to the chat. That just looks crazy. All right, Vikash. I'm not too sure if you heard me before, brother, but I will be taking a picture now.
Sorry, that was in work photo. What was that again?
You're all good, brother. So what I basically want everybody to do is make sure they have these buying and selling points for the next week. You have all your bigger entries, all the small entries, and everything in between. And remember, this applies directly to the box trading style, so DARP. Chris Jr., Nelly, Bird's Eye, thank you guys. I think this is the most amount of people on the YouTube that we had this responsive ever. Even if we had like 30 people, 40 people at one time, I think the most amount of people we had on the YouTube so far was around 40, 45, 46, like something like that. Currently, right now, we have 16, but it's more responsive than us having 40 people. That's what I like. That's what we need. You know what I mean? So let's do this, everybody. Let's keep this going. All right, so everybody's good. Vikash, you just got to take a picture. If not, put this stuff on your screen. I mean, even if you take a picture, you still have to put it on your screen. But
That's good, yeah. Thanks.
yeah, you know, it just allows you to do it now, I guess, in case you have any questions. Okay, so now let's move on to the reversal points. Does everybody in the Discord currently have reversal points on their screen? Let me know. This is not something I'm going to be teaching to the YouTube. So for those of you on the YouTube, my challenge to you is for you to actually document what reversal points we hit. So again, if you're on the YouTube, what you should do is you should document what reversal points we hit and at what times. If you're on the Discord, let me know if you don't have it. Because if you don't have it, I'm just going to mute the YouTube for around, you know, like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll review it. We'll go over it. And then we'll go from there. The reason why I'm doing this is because reversal points in it itself took me around 2 years to perfect. The weekly boxes that you guys see me use took me a week to perfect. So something that took me 2 years, something that took me 1 year, what am I going to give up? Whatever took me 1 week. Especially if it contains the same significance. It's as good. It's as great. It's not less than. It's not less important. In fact, it's more important. But this other trading style does help you with 0-day price action. That's the main idea. But then again, do I want everybody trading 0 days? And the answer is no. Because it's way too chaotic. A lot of people just gamble. So in terms of anybody else, just recognize and realize that if you're on the YouTube, you should not be gambling right now. If you're on the Discord, you can potentially trade 0 days. But again, it's still a gamble. It's still a little harder for one to predict unless you have all my trading styles. If you have exactly what I have on my screen, on your screen, then you're not gambling no more. So just ensure that you will have these ideas and these points. If you don't, again, voice that to me. Communicate that with me. I'm sure Culinary. I'm sure Elijah. I'm sure Prime. I'm sure some of the OG members like Vikash are not gonna, you know, care too much if we just keep talking about the same thing. I'm sure they're not. So again, if you need me to show you how to do some stuff, just tell me right now, right here, and let's make sure everybody's charts are perfect. If you're on the YouTube and you do not understand how to do the boxes, which is not the reversal points, but the boxes like this right here, again, voice that to me right now if you're on the YouTube. Because this is the only trading style that I'm going to be giving to the world. This is the one trading style that will change the world. Just this trading style right here. I'm fully confident about that. So if you're on YouTube, I want you to be able to understand how to create this. At least, bare minimum. So let's see what everybody says. Give everybody a minute. And the same thing with CS zones. If you don't know how to use the CS zones, which is currently on my screen right now, we only have one so far. Just let me know, and then we'll fix that up as well. Let me know what you guys need help with is basically what I'm saying right now.
Shit, make this market pick a direction. That's what I mean. God damn.
It's all good. Take it slow.
It's all good.
Never, ever feel disappointed. Never. Disappointment is no longer going to be a word in our vocabulary, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't exist. When you're trying to communicate and explain yourself to others, yes, you could use the word because that's what they understand. But for us here in this group, that word does not exist for us. Right, Slug? Excellent. Okay, we got 2 people on the YouTube. They're talking about the boxes. Anybody else on the YouTube? We have 16 people here. I need everybody to answer. Everybody that's quiet in the background. If one of you guys are also watching the Discord and the YouTube at the same time, you know that's the funniest part? Is that's how nice you guys are to me? You know that, right? That's what I noticed. A lot of you guys will watch the Discord. You'll be here and you'll just be on YouTube as well, just so you can have me have an extra view. And I just want to let you know I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, because not many people in the world would do that for another person. So again, I really do appreciate you guys doing that. But for everybody else, just let me know. As long as it's more than 5 people on the YouTube telling me that they don't know, we'll start going over it. So everybody else on the Discord has the reversal points, right? Once we finish the SPY reversal points, I'm going to give you guys the Tesla reversal points. So that's going to be pretty fun to use. Let's actually check Tesla right now. Intel is running up here. So give that a second as well. Tesla's at 442. Let me check the puts. Oh God, my phone died. Here we go again. It took me 4 hours to charge my phone last night because my charger's broken. Hopefully it doesn't take as long. I gotta get a new charger. iPhone, right? Am I right? Culinary?
You already know.
The stupid ass iPhones. By the way, everybody, I will be getting another phone soon. So everybody that's currently using my current phone number, you guys could keep messaging me through that until I get the new phone number. And then we're just going to transfer everything to that phone number. So whenever that phone rings, whenever that phone, you know, buzzes, I know it's going to be just you guys. Because I tend to have my phone, honestly, on Do Not Disturb. I do not like when people call me. For some reason, I have a couple people that end up calling me every single day at 9:30. I don't know why, but that's the worst time to call me. But just make sure it's before 9:30 or a little bit after it. Do not call me at 9:30. But yeah, so I think if we have that, it might be a little bit easier for us, as well as that's the phone that I'm going to be using for the website. Because I'm opening the website right back up. In fact, let me go check it right now. Let me see how much I had to pay. I'm pretty sure I owed them a little bill. You said the bat phone line? It's the least I could do for you guys. Again, your growth and you becoming the best trader in the world is the only thing I care about. And I'm fine with putting everything on the line. I respect that everybody will understand my privacy. I respect that everybody won't give nobody my phone number unless they ask me. I'm not worried about that. I respect you guys, and I have, you know, faith that you guys will do me right. And yeah. Because if I got to get a Google phone number, and I tried doing the Google phone number thing, and that thing did not work out. I barely got any messages. The calls weren't working. So I'm just like, bro, like, what is the purpose of this? Wasting my time. We might as well just do it with our actual phone number. And it might be a stupid thing to do, honestly, but I do not care. The only thing I care about, again, is one thing and one thing only, ladies and gentlemen. And that is your own growth. How to guide videos. You said any trades so far? What I want you to do is rewind the video for the morning. And I want you to take a look at the first 5-10 minutes that we were live. And then I want you to come back to this moment here. When you do that, give me a thumbs up. And then I'll tell you what's going on. But before I tell you what's going on, you must tell me what I said in the morning. So tell me what I said in the morning. Tell me what option I bought. And then I'll tell you what the idea is now. Sounds like a plan? Alrighty. So, like I just stated before, does everybody have these boxes here that are on my screen? So remember, the purple box is made from the 2nd to the 16th. So the 16th is right here, as you all can see, September 16th. And then September 2nd is right down here. That's where the purple box originates from. Again, September 2nd, which is September's low, to September's high, which was the 16th, the first 2 weeks. And then we basically just made the 1/16 points, 1/8 points, 1/4 points by chopping up this first box. Now this yellow box completely originates from the high of the 23rd, which is the 3rd week. So again, the purple box is the 2nd week. The yellow box is the 3rd week. And did we go higher than it so far, ladies and gentlemen? And the answer is no. In fact, that wick you got this morning, look at how oddly close it was to the top. Look at that. Like 15, 16 cents off of it. Absolutely beautiful. So, again, let me go ahead and put my arrows just to show you where we bought. And then the goal is basically for us to run up to right around here. So again, we bought here. We want this to run up to here. The only problem is you might fill this gap to the downside. So just pay attention to that gap right here. You filled some of it already. If you get below 66360, you might just fall down to the 200 moving average and fall down below it. I still think today's going to be a ghost touch. I don't think we're ever going to hit it today. I think we're going to like look like we're going to hit it, you know what I mean? And then just change directions. Just continue to head up higher. Staircase. What time is it right now? 11 o'clock? You are wasting a lot of time so far. That's already an hour and a half and you're still stuck at the opening price. So yeah, we'll just wait. We're not going to put more money down. At least not yet. Actually, we could now. The options are at $7. Let's buy one more right now, everybody. I bought one more option right there. You can see on the bottom left. It's pretty. That's really cheap. That's actually exactly what we want it to be at. It might have been cheaper, but that's all right. Sometimes, you know, we're discussing some other stuff that's going on, and it happens. So again, we bought a second one right here. Basically at the same time that we bought the first one. It just got crushed a little bit. And then we'll see if this is going to have the potential chance of running up here again. If we run up, I'm just letting you guys know this option is going from $6, $7, straight up to around 60 to 80. So we will be up 1,000% from the low. As long as this just runs up $2 to $3 here. If it does not, we're going to wait for 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then we're just going to scalp trade. Make back that first $27. And then once we make it back, boom. We'll start trading something a little bit more aggressive. Second by second, trade by trade, step by step. We must have precise meticulation when it comes to these ideas. Everything must be just laid out perfectly. And if your charts are not perfect, again, just let me know in the chat. Send me a screenshot. Let me see what you have. And let's get this rocking and rolling. This is a team endeavor, not just a one-person type of thing. It's not you by yourself. This is the whole team moving together at the same time. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to give this market about 2 minutes here. I do need to message somebody real quick. So let me just message this person. We can also check the Wanda real quick. Just for a second. Wanda fell down just a little bit. We were up 1,000. Currently right now as we speak, we are down 500. You hit your stop loss? Got it. Excellent. Make sure you have another plan for entering into another trade so that you can make that money back. So what is your next plan to enter into the next trade, Slug? For exactly just a Wanda. Profit took? Okay, so you took profit. You're up. All right. All right. So you put your stop loss when you were in profit is what you're telling me. Excellent. That's exactly how I want you guys to use your stop losses. Only when you're in profit. Perfect. I think the next main contract we want to trade is going to most likely be, if it's for the call side, let's just say, we're going to probably want to trade a 665. So we're just going to give it a second. Let it keep destroying the value for now. You want to see it hit 1.18? Let's go take a look real quick. Gold is still heading up higher. 1.18, that's going to be right around here, yep. Previous high, right around King's Point. And then Bitcoin, remember everybody, do not touch no crypto unless it's paper trading. Do not buy a single option stock, nothing that revolves around crypto. This thing is going to fall out the sky. When it falls out the sky, we'll just buy it, you know, at the low, pretty much. Snapchat, you little shit, ran up 30 cents, which is not much, but we're still waiting for this to drop down a little bit lower. I want to see if we're going to have another opportunity to buy into this. We sold everything for a profit on Snapchat, by the way. Same thing with Intel. We sold everything as well. Let's check these Intel options now. Let's see if they dropped a little bit more. Intel. So you got $34. I think what we should do here is we should wait for these 4-day contracts to drop down a little bit more. And then we could buy like a $32 strike price. If not, we could look at 11 days right now. 11 days is not bad. It's not terrible. It's $7 right now. I think we should probably get something a little closer though. Like a $28 strike for 4 days, 11 days out. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Last time you ran up on Intel, you ran to 33 and then you fell down to 28. So that's $5 down. Which means, think about it for a second. Last time you ran up over here, you ran to 26 and then fell down to 22. That's $4. Over here, you ran up from $17 to 23 and then you fell down to 19. That's $4. So it's 4, 4, 5. That means next time we fall, we could see something a little bit more potential. Just a little bit more, like $6 maybe, $5. A $6 drop would bring us straight down to 28, but that's not from the high. If you look at the high is 36. So what we should do here is wait for this to actually hit 37, 38, and then we're going to start playing some puts for you to fall right back down. I think that's the game plan here. We were waiting for it. You know what's crazy? I had a dream about this. I kid you not. Like, I had a dream that Intel ran up above the high and it fell down to 27. It was one of our largest trades we've ever had. So right now, I'm looking at this. I'm just like itching my neck. I feel like I just got to get into something right now just because of that dream. So if we get into something, right, like if you had to trade something, we would normally, we would want to wait for the new high. That would be the best entry. Let's be real here. Like an entry right here, put like somewhere around there, that yellow box or yellow circle. My apologies. If not, let's just let this contract depreciate a little bit more. And then we'll potentially get like a $30 contract. Currently those cost around 23. We'll see if they could drop to like 10, 8, 4, something like that. And then for Tesla, let's go take a look at this. Turn everything off for a second. Let's wait for October. When October starts, let's play some. Actually, we should play some puts on. This looks really similar to like 2 years ago. What in the world? Where was it? No, 2023, right here. You ran up to the 13th and then fell down to the 27th. How much did you fall? You fell around 40, and you ran back up around 20. And then you fell down a little bit more. That's 277 down to 190, right? $80 straight down from the top. And the way Tesla tends to move is you run up, fall, run up, fall, run up. Third time, a similar type of high, right? And then you fall down. And then ready for this? Watch this. 1, 2, 3. You fall down more. 1, 2. So I do think Tesla's gonna fall because I do think that this right here does not count as 2. The reason why is because it needs to be next to the previous high, like this one, or like this one over here. So yes, I do think Tesla's gonna fall out the sky here, but we might have to wait like a day, not a day, a month, like a week or two, and then we could buy back into these Tesla puts for it to fall down to at least 350. Because I'm looking at the 4-day, and the 4-day contracts for 350 are $16. That means you would go from $16 to $700 each contract if this occurs within the next couple days here. It's just we got to pinpoint it correctly, you know? That's the only problem right now, pinpointing everything. And the only way we do that is with these points that we have here that we listed. So we told everybody already, you're waiting for this market to run up to 450, 460, and then we're buying puts. And currently you're right at that first major level, which is right around the 440s. 460 is going to be the main level that we're going to buy the puts at, which is up here. So I'm kind of waiting for 460, honestly, but we could buy something for cheap here. Like, for example, if we go 11 days out, the puts for Tesla for 350, only $60. It's not terrible. Yeah, it's not bad at all. But let's give Tesla some time. Let's give it like another week. Let's go back to SPY here. SPY is at a new low right now. Absolutely phenomenal. Let's see if we're going to start to continue to fill this gap here. Remember, the first thing you do when you have a gap is you measure it. The second thing you do is you make sure you have this note on your screen right here. Wait a second, not that. This one right here. Does everybody currently have this note on their screen, which is how to play a gap? Let me know. You said bring it down? Let's do it, Cody. Come on, everybody. You said Mumu is dying? Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at Mumu. Let's go here. Go here. Yeah, wow. It pretty much fell to the 1/8 point. It fell to all the main targets. We could get some calls here. What are you thinking, Cody? You're the Mumu guy? What calls you thinking right now? If we had to get a call right now, Cody, what call do you think we could be able to get to have some type of potential to the upside? 175. Let's go take a look at them. Jinx, leave the damn broom alone. Why you gotta always drop the dustpan after I sweep something? Oh my god. She spilled everything. Just give me 1 second. I might have to clean this up. 175 costs 288. 4 days out. Let's go 11 days out. See how much are these. Very pricey. Yeah, very pricey. It's an idea though, right? It's an idea. It's a good idea because it's close. Very close strike price. That's exactly how I would want you guys to play it. But in terms of us just playing it off the gate, without me having you guys make that money in the first place, I think we might just take a step back for a second. Just wait for like another day or two, 3 days. And then maybe Wednesday, Thursday, see if we can buy the puts for next week or the calls for next week. And go from there. You're doing the same thing with IREN? Excellent. Let's actually take a look at that. I haven't looked at that in a little while here. IREN. Yeah, they look very similar. Hit a crazy high. Now you're falling out the sky. I swear I turned off this AC. Didn't I turn off the AC? What in the world? How did that shit just turn back on? There we go. And then for NVIDIA, you ended up hitting 168. You're right back at the highs. NVIDIA looks insane. Look how many times you've been hitting this. This just looks like the market's going to crash here. It looks like it's just losing all of its momentum. Let's check NVIDIA puts real quick. Let's see if they're cheap. They should be cheap. We're going to be looking for puts for you to drop down to 159, 160. So let's go to NVIDIA. Options. Puts. We'll check the 4 days. 4 days are extremely cheap. Let's check 11 days. Really cheap, wow. 18 days. This is not a bad idea, ladies and gentlemen. I could see us buying into this contract for around 30, 40. And then I could see us selling it for around 200-300. The safer choice, of course, would be to play a put that's somewhere, you know, a little bit closer. So, like, for example, if we're looking at the trends like this, right? Let's go ahead and make some parallel lines. Because remember, your diagonal lines, they show you the speed of a market. So if I, you know, click the bottom, click a next low, and then I bring this up. Remember, bottom, bottom, bring it up to a high. You hit the quarter point. Stopped at this quarter point. This could be a really good put for you to hit the bottom point, which is 173. So if you are playing a 4-day contract, you would want the 4-day contract to be around 173. That's like the closest main target. Those cost around $40. So you could do that. It's not a terrible idea. It's pretty decent. Price is pretty good. But only do it if you have profit. If you have no profit so far, just wait. Just give it a second. Even if it falls, just wait. You always want to wait for the perfect opportunity, you know? For SPY right here, we fell down on 1.5. I also bought another contract, which is our third contract for 667. We spent $4 on it. So again, 4 plus 6, that's 10. Plus the first one we bought, which was at 19. That is going to be $29 we spent, which is still just profit. The goal is going to be to sell this for, again, 40 to 70. We are losing time, though, so depending on how fast this market moves here, we'll see what we're going to do at around 12:30. I like how it's moving faster, though, because remember, at 11 o'clock, when we were looking at the market earlier, We were all talking about how this market's just pretty much stuck at the opening price. So now that you had that larger move to the downside, we might be able to get a larger move now, of course, to the upside. It's kind of like yin and yang, you know, in terms of pressure. Beautiful green candle here. Where did the music go? Oh, hell no. I think the type of, let me see. Yeah, no. That's not the right song. I'm trying to see if they had to have a slowed down version of this. Hmm. So this is the right song. Hmm. We'll let this rock for a second here and then we'll change it. Let's take a look at what's going on here, Cody. 662 puts. Absolutely excellent. Up 66%. There we go. You sold them too? There we go. Excellent, Slug. You also bought the same ones as well? Oh no, you bought different ones. Alright, Cody. So you got that perfect. I thought Slug had the same ones as you. $665 call now. There we go. And then you said it has a pattern where it makes a high and then dips twice and then recovers to a new high. Is that for Mumu or is that for IREN? Let me put this back down here. Ladies and gentlemen, bought a charger, came home, and the charger wasn't working. So I had to go back and get a brand new one. I got a brand new one. And somehow I cracked my phone. Even worse. So now I'm just like, what just happened? It's like a crack going straight down the middle, almost. So now I'm thinking about just going back because it's so dead over there. I didn't have to wait for too many customers. So I might just go back to have them fix my screen. I just don't know how long that takes. It's like really messed up. So I barely control my phone now. Which is a problem, ladies and gentlemen. We have a situation, as they say.
It takes a few hours to fix the screen usually.
Nah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Since it's so early, 12 o'clock, who knows? Maybe it might be done by, you know, end of the day, if anything. That way's for tomorrow. Worst comes to worst, we could just have it. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm just like, I don't know if that's going to be able to happen. I'm pretty sure I could trade with my iPad, but iPad's dead. So I got to charge that next. I have warranty on the phone, so it's not going to cost me too much money. Probably like $25, $50, I think. Something like that. I think last time it was free, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though. I think it was free last time, yeah. But I don't even think they put the phone together correctly. Because now, like, whenever I get, like, water on my phone, for some odd reason, like, for example, you know by your cameras in the back of the phone? Or by your camera in the front of the phone? On the iPhone? For some reason, the second it touches water, somehow it gets through the screen, and, like, it fogs up the camera. So, like, the interior camera that's facing you, and the camera that's facing forward, it's like both foggy for like 3 days, 4 days. It's the weirdest thing. And I feel like those residue marks that fog leave, or you know, like the whatever, the water droplets that are on the inside, I feel like that leaves a mark and it makes it look, you know, weird whenever you try to actually take a picture or a video. Like it messes up the whole quality basically. So I don't know if they put it correctly back on when they took it off last time. I'm pretty sure this phone is just done. Unfortunately. We'll see though. I'm not gonna lie to you, I do not like the way the iPhone 17 looks. I think that thing looks stupid as hell. So I'll see if I'm actually gonna potentially get it. I think I might just try to get a Samsung next. Fix the screen. And then see how that goes. I'll just keep the iPhone for you guys. Delete everybody else's number. Actually, I think that's a good idea, honestly. Just to test it, because I never tried a Samsung, ever. I think like half of you guys have it here, actually. Which is crazy. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Actually, do half of you have it? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think so, yeah. I kid no, yeah, I kid you not. At least half of the members on this Discord have Samsung. I'm like looking through all my text messages and yeah, 100%. In fact, there may be more people on Samsung than iPhone. Actually, it might be even. Yeah, it might be even. Yeah. The iPhone 12 is pretty good though. The camera's also pretty good. It's not that bad. The 13 I think has like the most upgrades for the camera, I believe. Like the 13 was really good. I never had the 14, and then the 15 I have now, it's pretty good as well. I feel like it just has, I don't know, just some problems here and there. 16 I never got as well. And then the 17 to me just looks stupid. But who knows? Only time will tell. For the SPY, we might be filling the whole entire gap, so we're just going to wait. Once we fill the whole entire gap, we'll get to a whole new play. First play, max percent was 20. Second trade, max percent was 20. So the third trade, I'm looking for around 100, if not 80. It's still only 12 o'clock, so we got plenty of time, right? Maybe around like 1:30 we'll get into the trade, 2 o'clock, 2:30. Let me see. Yeah, we could just use this other small account as well. That would be pretty fun. So again, I'm only posting these trades to the Discord for now. Alright, bet, Chris. I'll check that out. Appreciate that, Chris. And then, boom. Let's see what's next up. Yo, I swear to God, I did not turn the AC on, and that shit is on again. This thing has to be on a timer or something. There's no way. Damn, Ghost is messing with me again. I might have to. I'm just letting you guys know I'm listening to some random music. I have no idea what any of this is. It's time for a change of pace. Nope. I'm liking this. What's going on here? Never mind. Never mind. For a second. Maybe I adjusted too early. Let's give it a. I just realized, I'm pretty sure the person who created this song was from, let me see. I swear this reminds me of something. I can't put my thumb on it though. Sooner or later I'll remember it. In terms of the reversal points though, look how it matches up with the boxes. You're still hitting this level. This is perfect. This is like almost picture perfect right now. You still have a little bit more room to go, so you could fall down. The low was 662.83. That's 20 cents away. Yeah, you basically touched it, you could say. This beat is crazy, I'm not gonna lie. It's like one of those beats you randomly hear on the beach. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody's just randomly playing music. Which reminds me, we were supposed to do that this year. We were supposed to go to the beach, bring a couple screens, bring a couple solar panels, and we were gonna trade on the beach. That was one of the things I wanted to do this year, but we did not do it, ladies and gentlemen. Why? We didn't have enough people in Discord. So who knows? Maybe this year coming up, maybe towards the winter, we'll go somewhere nice, have a little trip. In fact, I don't know if you guys are going to have some time around December. But if anybody here has some time, just let me know. I was supposed to go to Mexico around December. But yeah, people just fronted. They're not going to be able to go. So, we'll go there another time. For now, December is completely free. And October is completely free. In case you guys want to do anything. You guys let me know what you want to do. If you need somebody to come with you, just let me know. I'll always be down. I'll shop around. I said it's slow for a reason. But yeah, if you guys ever want to go somewhere, just let me know. Oh, this is that song? I'm not gonna lie, I don't like this song. If you guys want to have me put some music on, just let me know. Send it into the chat. I'll put it on. Just make sure it's some slow-paced type of stuff, you know? Nothing too crazy. But then again, now that I say that, that other song was... It was kind of like rock. Would you consider rock crazy? What do y'all think? I mean, I don't even know what you would consider that. Is that rock? I think so. Right? Nah, yeah, nah. Like, Linkin Park would be like, would you consider Linkin Park? What would you consider Linkin Park? Culinary. Metal? Alternative? See, I never understood that. When you have alternative music, like, what is that? Like, what does that mean? Is it like this? Not pop and not rock? Okay. Let me see something real quick. I want to go to my playlist. For some reason, this reminds me of like Sonic or some shit like that. Not Linkin Park, but you know the music that's currently playing right now. Maybe I'm bugging. Yeah, like this playlist. Let me see. Yeah, they do consider Linkin Park. Now that I'm looking at it, they consider Linkin Park, what you might call it, alternative. I would say some of their songs, yeah, that thing sounds like metal, 100%. You guys ever heard the song? What song was it? Let me see if I can remember my favorite ones without looking at it. Let's see. I think it was. Let's put Linkin Park on right now. Let me see. And now I'll put this back. Let's see what they got cooking up over here. I think what I want to do is let me go to their playlist. Actually, releases. I'll put my favorite song. I'm pretty sure it's this album. Let me see. Wrong one. Pretty sure it's this album. I apologize, everybody. I'm gonna be switching to the albums for a second until I find this. It was Hit the Floor. Was it Hit the Floor? Am I bugging? Let me see. What album was that on? The album with Jay-Z wasn't bad at all. That was pretty good. I think that was the one I started listening to first, if I'm correct. You said terrible? What do you... Which song? Nah, hell no. Not this. Let me see.
That shit with Jay-Z was fucking trash.
Oh, the shit was Drake. You think so?
Yeah, I know so. That shit was trash.
I haven't listened to it since I was probably like 15. Like 15, 14.
Bro, if they would have done some original content, like original stuff,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that would have been fine. All they did was put two songs together. That wasn't even.
Nah, yeah. It's kind of like the same thing. Yeah. I remember. You're actually right about that. Yeah, 100%. Now that I think about it. It was just like he was talking over in some points. They didn't really even change up the song too much. They should have added more. Like, way more. They should have changed it up, actually.
They should have done a whole project.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because I remember watching this album, not watching it, but listening to it when I was at a wedding. And for some reason, Linkin Park would always help me with writing stuff. Like, it wouldn't... Every single time I listen to rap or something else, it's like it just causes brain fog, almost. Like, you can't do nothing else but listen to the song. But for some reason, when you're listening to other songs, it's kind of like it causes artistic growth, almost. You know? It's the weirdest thing in the world. Truly, because sometimes, like, you'll hear a certain song, you'll get a certain feeling, and then instantly, the dynamic of everything changes. I'll take a look at that, Slug. I was about to say Chills. Chills. Let's go message Chills. Chills is one of the older members. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with him. I said his name for a reason. 100%. Oh no, that's 100%. This album right here, that this song is a part of. Let me see the whole thing. I'm pretty sure there's one more. I don't want to play the one that everybody knows. That's not the one I'm trying to play right now. Let me see. Let me search up the song. The album, I mean. Let me see. Hit the floor was
That's
wavy.
kinda hard to do.
Say that again?
I said, that's kind of hard to do.
This one's wavy too. That beat is crazy. Oh my goodness. I could see the anime sounding like this. Like imagine the anime had a sound. Imagine I had Linkin Park develop a song for the anime. Let's get this in the works. Let's make it happen. While we still can. Imagine. Yo, imagine.
It won't be the same.
It won't. Of course it won't. And I know why it won't. We're not gonna state why it won't. Rest in peace. But you know what I mean? Just to get some type of feel for it. Just to get the image of it. Nah, yeah, 100%, brother. It's definitely possible to find somebody who competes with another person's skill and can take stuff to the next level. But it's like for most situations, I think people are just trying to be nice, you know? They don't want to just remove people to have an image of somebody else, you know what I mean? But I definitely do agree. There's definitely better. It was so. I remember when I heard that, I was nah. Yeah, that shit was mad sad. I don't remember the exact reason as to why that occurred. But nah, yeah. Nonetheless, it's still, still pretty sad. This video is definitely getting copyrighted, by the way. That's okay. I see what you're saying.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know or wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside.
Nah, yeah, I swear, like when I was younger.
Why did you turn it off?
Say that again.
Why did you cut it off?
Oh, I think I clicked something. I think I clicked something. I did.
In the middle of the groove too.
Let me see.
Damn.
Listen, we'll finish it. We'll finish it. Wait. We gotta figure out where we was. Wait, what part was it on? Here? I think it's. I think so. What I was gonna say was, I felt like when I was around that age, like when people started like passing away out of nowhere when they were so young, it was definitely on purpose. Definitely. Because it's kind of crazy, but you can literally cause somebody to do that type of harm to themselves just off of, you know, psychology. Just off of what you say to them. You could be somebody who's in their life, somebody who's around them. And you can cause somebody to go down, you know, that dark path very easily. So, it's kind of weird, you know. But yeah, it just felt weird. It just felt weird. Completely weird. As almost if like it never happened, you know? Or like it shouldn't have been that way. Yeah, Robin Williams, definitely. I want to put Numb on. Where's Numb? Actually, this one's... Yeah, let's put Numb on. It says, heads up, we've detected copyright material in your video. No, really. It's crazy they're telling me that before the video even is like finally published, or like we end the live. That's crazy. Time to switch it up. All right, everybody. Are you ready for this? Again, we're going to go through all buys and sells for the weekly first, and then we're going to do the monthly. After we finish the monthly, the next thing we're going to finish is going to be Tesla, just to prepare for it. Slug. Mondays are 90% what? Here we go. Excellent. I saw that message earlier. I didn't say nothing because sometimes I like for the market to prove my point. I think it's better than me actually speaking a word. It's for the market to do that trend itself. So again, everybody, make sure you have that stuff written on your chart. In fact, the chart that we're currently looking at does not contain that data. Or no, it does, yeah. On the right side. I was about to add it right now. So on the right side, if you look at it, Mondays are 90% V-shapes. You had a V-shape in the morning. You had a V-shape going to the low. And now you have another V-shape. So it's like perfectly working out. At least for today, right? Sometimes you get those Mondays where it's just one direction. We're still going to wait though. I'm thinking this option is going to go in the money. Now we just sit back, we relax, we wait, give it a second. There's nothing else for us to do, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I might play Ashes of Creation later on tonight. I got to see if they allow certain amounts of people. Because I love the system that they have for it. Like the nodes and stuff like that. You guys know what the nodes are, right? So it's like you could basically create your own kingdom. And you can have your kingdom go to war with another kingdom. So it's like you can have, I believe, 500 versus like 500 people. So like imagine that. 500 people versus 500 people. Like that seems crazy to me. I wouldn't ever think about a game like that, honestly. The games that I'm thinking about are mostly like kind of like PvE. Where it's like, I just paused this video. God damn. It's kind of like PvE. Like imagine like people had to, like this, it's 50 of us, let's just say, right? Everybody has their own power. Everybody has their own type of skill tree. But we need certain people with certain skills in order to actually, you know, move forward. So it's like you gotta have a certain amount of healers. You gotta have a certain amount of defensemen. A certain amount of, you know, ice cannons. So it's like a real, like, well-rounded off type of thing, you could say. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Because it'll be harder to finish a game like that, you know? Because you really do need a person that's, like, skilled in whatever they do, specifically. Between three, so no. So the main goal was, I believe, to make it at least 500 people. I believe that was the main goal that the creator was stating. For now, it's going to be across a couple servers, but at one point they're trying to have like 40,000 people on one server, like 50,000 people on one server, right? Nah, yeah, literally, Slug. Exactly, yep. So like everybody's important in their own role, and they could become the best at it. And then we go to war with other kingdoms and stuff like that. Nah, yeah, hell yeah. Try to make the greatest kingdom of that whole entire server. And then once we claim dominance, like imagine that. You have 50,000 people and we have the biggest kingdom, the strongest kingdom, and then we got to go to war with, like, you know, Asia. We got to go to war with like another country. That would be crazy. So it's like once you do certain things throughout the game, it activates a certain type of event where now the rest of the world has to compete with you, or the best guild, the best team, right? So I feel like these games, they get too boring and dry, you know? That's the one problem with MMOs. Goddamn mining that damn same tree for the past 2 hours. Or attacking the same dungeon but with different people till you finish it, right? Or spamming a certain spawn point of something. And it's just like, that stuff gets so boring. You gotta make it more enticing, more extreme. Like Destiny, oh my goodness. Destiny was not really like an MMO, but I would say it was like an MMO, honestly. What would you say, Cody? I would say it was. And yo, for Destiny, let me tell y'all, yo, I was an absolute lunatic on that. I remember going to like the live man, like the like not the missions, but the like the team deathmatch before they had the, what was that one thing called where it was like competitive? I forgot that one thing. There was like a certain game mode that you can play that was competitive. Was it the Crucible? I think it was the Crucible, right? It definitely was. 100% Cody. That's why I liked it so much. It was honestly amazing. I prefer Destiny over Elder Scrolls 100%. But the thing that I liked about Elder Scrolls was honestly the way the game looked. Like the designs and the graphics were absolutely amazing. Destiny was amazing as well, but it was more so like the wow factor, I would say. Like you had the blacksmith shop. You had certain, different things around the world. I remember waking up. You guys want to hear something crazy? I remember waking up in the morning at 9 a.m. Or not even 9 a.m. What am I saying? I was in school by 7. I'll wake up at like 5, 6 a.m. High school. And I'll literally start the game up. Just so I can go to the blacksmith shop. So I could see if there was like a legendary gun or something like that. Because he'll come every week. Like once a week. Was it one? I think it was once a week. I don't think he would stay there the whole week. Maybe he did. I don't remember. All I remember was that it was like once a week. He would basically bring up like new guns and new weapons. And I had like the rarest weapons of that game. I would literally farm dungeons by myself. Not like the actual, what do you call them? I forgot what they called them. When I say dungeons, I mean it was basically like certain parts of the map. You would just literally fly there, right? With the ship. Land. Go to a certain spawn point and just keep continuing to kill this one boss over and over again. You kill him. You hop on the car. You fly across the map. Go right back to that spawn point. Once you get back to that spawn point, he respawns again. And you just keep killing him back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Until you have enough. I forgot what it was called, but they would give you like certain like items that you would need to upgrade your stuff. I wish they let you upgrade your ship. If they let you upgrade the ship, like the main ship, like how some of these other space games do, that's the craziest part. That's the stuff that makes me just want to scratch my head. I'm just like, these people, they don't know what they're doing right now when they create these games. Because if you literally combine, let's just say, Destiny, Elder Scrolls, if you combine Skyrim, right? If you combine Ashes of Creation, let's just say, if you combine some of these space games, it's not that hard for you to create a game that's like extremely profound, where it takes ages to complete. And that's kind of what I want to do, because it's too easy. Most of these games, like, they take weight. But I'm not talking about hard, because when I say easy, I don't mean easy in a way where it's like looking at the way games are right now. And nor am I comparing it with that one damn game. What's that one game called? I never want to play that shit ever. I seen people play it a couple times and I was like, nah, I'm good. It's like every time you die, the mobs or the bosses get harder. What's that game called? It looks beautiful. It was like one of the best games of the year. But I forgot what that game was called. Elden Ring, yes. Yo, when they released that trailer, I remember looking at that and watching like, damn. Damn. But I don't like playing games like that because it's similar to another series, which I forgot what is the other series called, Louis? Dark Souls, yes. That shit. I would never play that shit. I don't like games like that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, nah, I don't like games like that. Hell no. I prefer them to be kind of like Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls was the only game that was similar to those type of games that I'll actually play. Because I like having I like having a team with me, you know, I like having friends with me. It just makes it much more enjoyable, much more fun. It's always more funnier. Let me tell you that. I think I even have videos of that on my old channel when I was playing Elder Scrolls when it first came out on PS4. I'm pretty sure I still have those videos up. But maybe I took them down. Because I sounded like a little child. I never played that one.
reach to the sky, and my best friends found a new guy. I'm only getting older. I've never had a shoulder to cry on, someone to call mine. Everybody's falling in love, and I'm falling behind. Lovers stroll without a care in sight. Ooh, this can't be right. 'Cause the sun's encased to the sky, and my best friends found a new guy. I'm only getting older. I've never had a shoulder to cry on, someone to call mine. Everybody's falling in love, and I'm falling behind. Touched the ocean, fell right in, stepped outside and burned my
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally filled the gap. Absolutely amazing. Let's go ahead and look at some other options now. We're going to be looking at options that are going to be 4-day, 5-day, overnight mainly. And what we're looking for is jump to the 670s. Now, if we get below 661.21, the first thing we're going to do tomorrow is just play the puts going down lower. But if we just stay at this level, we're going to get the calls now. Just give me 1 second. I'm waiting like 5-10 minutes for my phone to turn on. This charger is terrible. There we go, Cody. Excellent, brother. Excellent, brother. It's crazy what you could do with a little bit amount of capital, you know? You could turn the whole dynamic around. Absolutely amazing, brother.
The skyscrapers causing vertigo. The countdown begins in Tokyo. 27 days alone means 20 million ways to cope without you. I'm in a reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her. Thought I'd never be her. Quite the job you've done on me, sir. You've been hosting parties. In my mind, I'm working overtime to have you in my world. Oh, what a curse it is to be a lover girl. Forced to get creative, wrote my feelings down. The independent lady in me's nowhere to be found. I can't wait another day to see you. How embarrassing to be this way. I'm in a reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her. Thought I'd never be her. Quite the job you've done on me, sir. You've been hosting parties. In my mind, I'm working overtime to have you in my world. Oh, what a curse it is to be in love. I wait by the phone like a high school movie.
Excellent, Elijah. Excellent, brother. Look at that, 87%. Don't you play with me, brother. That's what I love to see. Look at that. That's the one thing I love about options, you know. It's like, for the same move that you just got, you'll be up, let's just say 50%. It'll go down to 0, right? Like break even. And then just because of the intensity, just because of it running to a new dollar, just one extra dollar, that's it. that thing will be up 200%, 300%. It's the wildest thing in the world. So it's like you need a smaller move to make more money. Basically, is how options work. So yes, it is possible for you to actually trade options and compete with people that are trading futures. 100%. It's just you need to make sure that you're doing it accurately. And you're not waiting. You know what I mean? Like when you have profit, when you have 100%, when you have 200%, take it. Just take it. Just take it. Every time. Because I remember so many times I had options go up 400%. I never took it. Right back down to worthless. 200%, never took it. Right back down to worthless. And it's kind of like, it's like your turn, you know what I mean? You only have one turn. And when it's your turn, just like with a nice ass shorty, you only get one turn sometimes with some of them. And that's it, it's over. You gotta move on to the next one. Was that respectful? Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. You only get one chance. Exactly, yes. That's the beauty of it. Because you don't need to put that much capital. You don't need to risk your whole entire account, but yet you could make 2-3 times the amount that's in your whole entire account just by playing 10%, 20%, 5%. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit safer than futures. It's a little bit more forgiving. And that's the reason why I love it so much. That's the reason why I chose this to be the one thing I teach. Because it's very forgiving. It's kind of like in the middle. Futures is more aggressive, more hard on you. You lose more. Forex is easier. And then options is just like perfectly in the middle. Excellent, brother. Because think about it. How are you going to feel when you turn that account to 10,000? Because I know you could do it. Just from your trading ability with futures, if you take that into options, which is easier than futures, I can guarantee that you'll take that account to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. As long as you keep taking profit. And then with that, of course, you can choose to throw it back into another futures play. Come on, I'm telling you. Come on, Elijah. You deserve it. You deserve greatness, brother. One of the best traders I've ever taught. That's for sure. And then you started teaching yourself within a month. That's the most astonishing part about that, is you taught yourself most of the stuff that you actually know right now. I only taught you the basics, you know, whatever was in the beginning. And then you took over. So just knowing that right there, I can tell that you're going to have success with this. It's just you can't give up on yourself. You got to take the notes, do whatever you can, step up to the plate, and it'll happen. I know what happened. I know what'll happen. Because no way it happened for me when I was a piece of shit. You know what I mean? I was a piece of shit back then when that happened to me. Now I'm a little bit better. You know what I mean? I'm not causing chaos. I'm not disrespecting people. I'm trying to help people. I would say it's a little bit better. But back then, I didn't deserve to make that much money. So if I could do it at that point when I didn't deserve it, and I know I didn't deserve it, I know people that are in the right time in terms of what they deserve, right? Because everything is universal. Everything is coordinated by time. Everything happens for a reason. So if it's your time to shine, I can guarantee it's going to happen. Quickly, too. A lot of people, you know what they do, right? They'll start throwing money here, money there, money, you know, somewhere else. And as long as you just triangulate everything to one entry all the time, very swift, very clean, your account will start to triple, double, quadruple out of nowhere, you know? Come on, bro, that shit don't matter no more, Elijah. That's not who we are. It's like humans, you know? Humans, they'll oftentimes feel bad about the things they've done. And it doesn't matter most of the time. All that matters is you showing up, stepping up to the plate, forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself first and foremost, of course. As long as you forgive yourself, As long as you're trying to learn your lesson, you ensure that doesn't happen again. With whatever, you know, situation occurred, it's different. Everybody has a different situation that occurs for them. Not just market related. That's not what I'm referring to. But just make sure you fix the problem. Fix the problem. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Make sure anytime that you get taken to like a deep dark tunnel, you always have that lamp, you always have a map, and you're always prepared. That's all. It happens to the best of us. You know how many times I've lost an account 100,000, 50,000, 20,000, and the only thing I could do was just sit there and stare at the screen? Nobody to talk to. You know what I mean? In fact, if I talk to somebody about it, they would just call me stupid and dumb. I'm gambling. That's what they would say. You know? Yeah, it's the weirdest feeling in the world. I swear to God. So, you know what? I started realizing it. After I started getting hit with that enough times, I started realizing, I was just like, I feel so high on the good days and I feel so low on the bad days. No. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't want that to be the case. I want to feel high every day. I want to feel at the top of the echelon, you know what I mean? I want to feel like I'm in the clouds. Like I'm floating on something and I'm just watching everything occur from below. That's all I want to feel. And after a short amount of time, with enough attention to certain details, right? It's like every day you're floating. Win or loss. It doesn't really matter. Because you're going to gain something. You're always going to learn. You're always going to get better. Do you feel like the chart's starting to resemble end of February or early March? I swear to God, yeah. 100%. 100%, Cody. In fact, that's what actually I'm looking at for NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks just like that. That's why I feel like, yeah, this market's most likely going to crash here. Yeah, take a look. Take a look at NVIDIA and then compare it to 2021 on SPY. That's a good idea, actually, Elijah. You know, using the future since it's ahead of time. It's like 15 minutes ahead, right? That's a wonderful idea. Especially if you have the future charts done. I might try that. Yeah, the VIX is also really good. I used to pay attention to that a lot. I stopped because it was just like I was looking at too many different things and I was overstimulating myself. Because I would watch like 4 or 5 YouTubers at the same time while everybody was live. I'll put them at different volumes so I could hear each person differently. I was reading everything I could find. Yeah, I'm good off of that now. I'm not doing that stuff no more. It's a more simple approach, honestly. And what I found was, again, as long as you're using that dynamic of self-reflecting, it always ends up working out in some weird way for some reason. So like, for example, I get into a 5-day call right here, right? But the second you dip below that orange zone, I get into a 0-day call that costs a quarter of the price. It drops down to the yellow, and now I made back that 5-day call with just 1 0-day after it actually confirmed the downside. Now, yeah, NVIDIA looks really bad right now. Like, NVIDIA looks terrible. If it does not make a new high, this shit is... I promise you guys, I mean, just look at this without anything on top. What happened the last time I did a trend just like this, ladies and gentlemen? Which is to the left. Every time it does something like this, it falls down lower. So I think NVIDIA could fall to around 145, 130. If it falls down here, yeah. I think so. I think NVIDIA is just going to look like a staircase its whole entire history. So yeah, we'll just wait. We'll play it safe. Give it some time. Right? I can see that as well. Like, I could see you knifing down to like 160, 156, which is above that area, so it's safer. You know what I mean? But yeah, if we could play some puts to 160 right now, that's $20 straight down. So let's give this a second, and then we'll check the options in just a moment. Yeah. We're going to start another one tomorrow. We have the one from last week where we started with 13. Took it to 70. So tomorrow we'll probably just start another one. Just for fun. Because Elijah, one of the challenges right now is to turn $100, right? Again, $100 in 90 days. Just 20% per day. And look at that. You got 150% and that was your first options play. Think about it like that. If I click calculate, look at how much you can make. An error has occurred. Huh? Huh? You said bad request? Let me see. Let me go to my other browser. It's so weird. It doesn't let me use it on that account, but it lets me use it on this account. Alright. So $100. 20% per day. 90 days in a row. That's December 30th. You would make about 1.3 billion. So Elijah, you tell me. Of course, that's winning per day every day. But let's just say we knock this down to 95%, where you're taking out, let's just say 5% of every single, win you take. You would take out 33 million and still make around 630 million. Let's say that's too dramatic and too crazy, right? Let's say if 20%, because remember, you had to win per trade. You had to make sure that every single time you get into a trade, you win. Is it possible? Yes. Is it hard? Yes. But let's just say we knock this down to 16%. You're still making $33 million. Again, 16%. I'm talking about you're buying into an option that it's 30 days out. 30 days out. Sometimes you're buying into an option that's 2 years out. Like, for example, if I have 100,000, I'm putting 15,000 into one, long-term play. I'm putting another 10,000 into another long-term play. I'm putting another 5,000 into this. I'm splitting it up, making sure that it's on things that even if the SPY crashes out the sky, these things could still potentially still go up. As long as that's the case, why not? Split it up. You don't got to be full porting every single trade. Because the funniest thing is that if you have 100,000 and I put 70,000 into a long-term account, like let's just say it's the same account, but I put it into a long-term trade. Let's just say, right? So again, I have 10,000. I put 70%. I know I said 50, but let's just say 10,000. I put 70% into a trade, so that's 7,000 into a long-term trade. And then the other 3,000, I use it for 5 days and 15-day trades. Do you know what happened with the Snapchat trade, Elijah? it doubled. The Intel trade, it quadrupled. The Unity play, it 10x'd. The Baba play, it 10x'd. Every single one of our long-term plays have went into the sky because we pick stuff very delicately. So if you're always having that ability to put something into a long-term account, which options is really the only thing you get an opportunity with. You only get that opportunity with options. Or you can have an account with 10,000, put 7,000 into the long term, have that turn into 70,000, and by the time you actually get that 70,000, that 3,000 is already back at 40,000, 50,000. Now you have 130,000 from 10,000. Like that. Snap of your fingers, brother. That's how quickly it happens. The only problem is you got to be in the zone, of course. Most people are not in the zone. And it's the only thing. That's the only thing you got to worry about. You just got to get in the zone. Get in the zone. Break it down every night. For example, how do I actually predict the market before the market opens up? I use charts like this, where I'm basically breaking down the weekly ranges, because you got to use a weekly range in order to understand what's going to happen on the daily. So it's like I'm going further, I'm going bigger, and I'm looking at what's going to happen on the smaller picture. And it works every time. Yeah, look at this. This is beautiful. 664. Since we made that message a little bit smaller, we could just bring that down a tiny bit. But yeah, let's see. Let's see how today turns out. I think we're going to run up to the high. I think we're going to make a new high at 667, 668. We got only 30 minutes left, so let's just give it an opportunity. And then for tomorrow, we'll see where we open up at. If we gap up again, it's going to be the same dynamic as today. We'll also look at Tuesday last week. Tuesday last week was just a drop out the sky. And remember, at the end of every month, what do you normally do? You crash. For example, August 28th to September 2nd, you crashed. Keep going to the left. July 31st, you were at 641. On August 1st, you were at 619. That's enough profit to make you 3x your whole entire account. And if you played a 5-day, you would have been up around 10x on your whole entire account with just one trade. If you go further back a little bit more, let's go to July 1st. The previous day was the 30th. July 1st was a low. Go to the beginning of June now. Where is it? Right around here. The beginning of June. It's not the complete low of that week, but it is a low. And then you look over here. It's kind of like 28th. This was like one of the weirdest trends we've ever seen, because you were running up and you still crashed out the sky before the market opened up. Go back a little bit more. Go to the beginning of May. April 30th was a low. And then the 1st of May was kind of like a midpoint. 2nd was the high. So the beginning of May was at a high, while at the end of the month, you were at a low. So now that we looked at the past 3-4 months, if we were to relate that information to what's going on right now, the first thing I would say is we have one more day. Let's see if we're still going to run into this high. Because what I think is going to happen is I think you're going to run into a high. And then on the 30th, you're going to peak. And that same day you peak in the morning, tomorrow, I think you're going to collapse out the sky. Into the 1st of October. What's going on here, Vikash? Excellent, brother. Look at that, 100%. See, you're averaging about 100% per day, Vikash. That's excellent. All right, Vikash. That's how you want to play games? You bought it at 225, right next to 230. Was there a reason you did that? Or did you just randomly do it? That platform, the first one, looks like, is it E-Trade? E-Trade, right? Yeah, I had a feeling. Let me actually check if my E-Trade account is still available. I think they were trying to block me. They kept taking out money from my bank account, and I don't have that bank account no more. So after like 3 months of them doing that, I was like, what the hell? They're saying I owed them money because of a canceled deposit. And I was like, huh? It does? I didn't even know it allows that. Alright, let me just send money into Yeah, I owed them $91 for transactions from before. So yeah. I'll try it this week. We started the Tasty Trade account. So next week, if anything, we could start the E-Trade account. See if we could take the Tasty Trade account to like 100, 300. I believe the position we have is around $3 right now, $4. So it's basically around the same price we bought it for. We're still waiting for the move. Nothing too monumental has occurred yet. So again, we're just being patient here. No need to rush anything yet. Honestly, that's what I do, Vikash. Honestly. If I'm down, I'll average down at the best point. So I'll wait for like number 4 and number 5 on the reversal points. And I'll just wait until it's like 2 days before. Then I'll really average down a lot. And then try to get out that same day. Because you don't want it to become a 0 day, you know. If it's a 0 day, you could get way more value on that day. So you might as well claim short-term profit. You said with the government shutdown, a bunch of hoopla. They've been talking about government shutdowns ever since I was 20 years old. I'm turning 25 this year, and they've been doing it every single year. These people have problems, and they make no sense. So they could do whatever they want at this point. That's how I think the market is looking at it. Not from my perspective, not from feeling. That's just how I think the market also looks at it. It's just stupid. They're just trying to use words to scare people. There we go, Elijah. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't like Robinhood either, because they don't let you trade after 3:30. But like right now, for example, even right now, you can still trade on Webull, but within the next 30 seconds, you're not gonna. Actually, no, right now. Now you can't trade on Webull no more. If you guys actually find an app where you could trade the last 10 minutes, last 5 minutes, just let me know. Nah, yeah, pretty much. That's the only thing you could do. Just futures, yeah. But I'm trying to look for like some application where we could put like $5 into something and turn it to like 60 or, you know, 80, 90. Yeah, 100% Elijah. 100% Elijah. Wait. Robinhood won't sell your SPX? But what time do they let you buy? Like late? Because I know you could buy at 2:30. Oh yeah, Cody just... I'm just letting you know, Cody. SPX it'll capture you. It'll pillage you. It'll take everything you own. It'll take your family. It'll leave you in a hole. And then it'll bury you. Yep. That's what SPX does. It's like crack. You said SPX will deport you. Nah, yeah, it's... When you play SPX, you have to always use a very low amount. I'm talking about $20, $30, $40, sometimes $100 on certain days, but $15, that's all you want to mess with. Wait for the strikes, this like 6 strikes out to be $16, $15, because you have to buy every $5. That's how SPX works. So if it's at 15, that's a good buy. I've had many students that turn $15 into $400, $500, $600 with one trade. Never put more than that. Never go all in. Never buy a bunch. And I'm telling you guys, whenever you guys are about to do it, and you guys are about to, you know, just put everything into a SPX, just make sure you remember my voice in your head. Do not do it. I did it many times. And let me tell you guys, even if you have an amazing performance, amazing profit, the next day you're going to want to do it again. And the next day is not going to be the same type of a day. It's going to destroy you mentally. Because then you're going to lose everything within 2 days. And you're going to be like, oh my goodness. What did I just do? Yo, I can't... You know what's crazy? I remember trying to look for that actor and being like, yo, bro, like, who is this? I've never seen this... I was like, yo, I've never seen this person in my life. Nah, that was a good movie. I want to make a movie like that. We got to make a movie like that where it's so funny. It's just like, it just takes everybody by storm. By the way, to bring up SPX one more time, if you guys actually finish my SPY charts, you'll be able to trade SPX. So finish the SPY charts, have the consolidation zones, the DARP, the reversal points, and you'll be able to trade SPX the same way. For example, whenever SPY hits the 4th reversal point, you could buy into a SPX trade. It's just be very careful, because sometimes that thing wants to go down to number 5, number 6, number 7. So if it hits number 5, number 4, again, $15 to $20. That's it. Don't average down. Don't buy a bunch of them. Just buy one. That's it. Keep it at that. Come on, SPY. Let's see a new high. Markets close. Nah, I don't put my battery on low power mode. Are you talking to Elijah? Nah, yeah. Fluffy, shut the hell up. Go upstairs. She like comes down here just to cry. Give me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not get the V shape that we wanted. We had a bunch of V shapes all around. Beautiful V shape from the bottom, such as the one from over here, which is around 130. And then you had another perfect V shape around 230. Same times that we all know to buy or to average down, right? So it's like the same thing keeps occurring every single time.